Good evening, everyone. I call this message to order at 6 p.m. on April 16th. We have a quorum present. Please, let's proceed. Can everyone stand for a pledge of allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, Ms. B.
Good evening, everybody.
Good
Ms.
evening.
Ms. Boone,
Present.
Ms. Bailey,
Present.
Mr. Osbrook,
Present.
Mr. Grant,
Present.
Mr. Holt,
Present.
Ms. Parker,
Present.
Dr. Carter.
Present.
Thank you.
The superintendent's report, please.
Madam Chair, you want to approve the agenda?
The approval of the agenda.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the agenda as
We have
presented.
We have a first. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion? Mr. Osbrook, with your vote?
Nay.
Mr. Kent?
Nay.
Ms. Parker?
Aye.
Ms. Bailey?
Nay.
Ms. Boone? Yes.
Yes.
We can't proceed without approving the agenda. Unfortunately, this evening, this meeting has to come to an end because unless we can approve the agenda, we cannot go forward. There is a tie on the agenda.
Go ahead, Ms. Watson. Yeah, or you can ask, like, confirm with Micah to our attorney. You can confirm with the attorney. as well.
Confirm with Micah.
Micah, can you hear me?
We
Okay.
haven't,
3 votes to approve the agenda, 3 did not.
with a tie,
So there is a tie.
and the agenda is not approved.
In the motion
Can we
to-
proceed?
Can we proceed? Hold on just a moment for me. Let me. I can hear him.
I can't hear him.
Hold on just a moment for me. Hold just a moment for me. Volume is all the way up.
Just ask him, is he on mute? Because it says Michael muted.
Micah muted.
Unmute.
Unmute Micah.
Unmute all. You see
Unmute
what-
all.
You see up there, Ms. B?
Hold on one second.
Yes.
Where? Tell me where.
No.
No, you see up there where it
All muted.
says. There.
Right. So I click on that.
Unmuted.
Okay.
She clicked it, and it,
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Ask him, can he hear us?
can he
Can
hear
you
it?
hear us? Oh, we cannot hear you.
We cannot hear you.
So all the volume is up. Can he send us a message on that? Or?
Okay, Micah, if you can hear me, in order for us to approve the agenda, we need a vote.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can
Yes.
hear you now. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Perfect.
Sorry, that might have been
No
on
worries,
my side. So, if I understand correctly, there was a vote to approve the agenda and I vote.
Can you repeat that, please?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So there was a vote on whether or not to approve the agenda.
Yes.
It came out as a tie. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, then I think the motion doesn't carry. In the absence of majority, there's no consent to proceed.
Thank you.
I think you could go into recess and try to discuss it with each individual board member.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The board is taking a 10-minute recess.
I guess it was on his end. He was muted on his end.
The approval of the agenda. Do we have a first or a second? We're just gonna take the vote.
All right, so I'll move that we approve the agenda as presented.
A second.
Any discussion? Allsbrook,
No.
Kent,
Yes.
Parker,
Aye.
Bailey,
Aye.
Boone, aye. Holt.
Aye.
Superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Ricks?
All right, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Tonight, we have several presentations. We will be presenting to our students tonight. We will be recognizing our JV basketball team, our indoor track team, and also our wrestling team. So we're going to start with our junior varsity basketball team, and ask Coach Sharon to come forward. And Coach Sharon will introduce his team, and you can say a little bit about your team for the year.
Thank you. I won't prepare for none of this. Really, I'm only here for the kids. Adults, we lived our lives. You know, we just need to come on one accord, just all bring it together for the kids. Your own opinion is your own opinion about everything, about everybody. You don't have to like each other to get along and accomplish one goal. If I can tell that the 8th graders, I'm pretty sure that everybody else in here can come on one accord and just move forward. That's with everyday life. That's with everything that's going on in the world today, because the youth is what really matters. I just want to present the award to my boys and thank a couple people, Coach Cut, for all he do for the kids, and my mom, my lady. I'm pretty sure they back there somewhere. I can't see them. My baby girl. All my boys, my sons, you know, and these boys, because they did it. Majority of them 8th grade, 13, 14 years old. Like I said, all of them probably don't like each other. But on the court, they all like each other, accomplish one goal each and every game. That's a win, and just another win after. It's not that you can't tell them. You can only expect so much from an 8th grader, you know. So I just give them all I can. They give me all they can. Thank you. Now I'm gonna present the awards. I also like to call Morris Duck my assistant coach. That's my cousin also. I really appreciate him because, you know, I work on the railroad also. I work 11 to 7, which I'm not gonna be here long because I gotta go to work at night. But I also travel with the railroad. So Coach stepped in probably about 3-4 games for me, and I was watching from afar online, and he went undefeated in his little record. So that helped me a lot. Like, he never missed a practice. Never missed anything with the boys. I might be late because I done overslept. You know, once again, I work 11 to 7. I also work at Paul D as a welding instructor. So sometimes I sleep, sometimes. So not that much because I do got a 3-year-old. So that's not really sleeping. But I really appreciate him for everything he do for me. Now I'm going to present the awards. I got the first one coming up. This is my boy Gabe Marino. Do I switch it or it doesn't matter because it's just no name. Okay, I got Isaiah Everett. Jameer Scott. Kavion Long. I'm not sure if Duke is here. Montez Thomas, he had a baseball game, so he might not be here. I'll take it as an award. I call him Big Country, Sabarius S. Pope Jr. Tajin Hilliard. Zay Jackson. Damian Dickerson. I call him Elijah Everett. You guys went 15-4 with a division record of 13-1, which we lost to Lakeland, team in Carolina, Southampton, and help me, y'all. One more. Smithfield. But all hey, we count losses as lessons. You know, you learn from your loss, just like everyday life, man. I love y'all boys, and I appreciate everything you do.
Gentlemen, getting closer together. All right. Good. So you stand. Dr. Carney, there. Good. A couple here. And a couple here. I thank you for your patience. Thank you, school board. Oh, it must do this too far. That's all right. Good panorama. Thank you, gentlemen.
I just want to say quickly, coaches, thank you for everything that you do. I mean, I know the value of a good coach. My JV basketball coach, I still have him in my phone right now and just talked to him a couple of weeks ago. He was definitely my mentor. So you are definitely making a positive attribution to these children's lives. Students, basketball was my first love, and it actually taught me that guess what? I could go to college. And even though I didn't go to college playing basketball, it still motivated me to want to do things and get outside of just, being here in Franklin. So I hope it continues to motivate you, and make sure y'all carry y'all record from JV up to varsity, because we actually did a 180 on that. But you guys, please keep pushing it.
All right, next we're going to ask Coach Summerlin to come forward. Coach Summerlin is our indoor track coach. Give him a hand.
Good afternoon, or good evening, Superintendent, Assistant Superintendent, school board members. We will really appreciate this because this is the first time ever that Franklin High School has entertained having an indoor track. So, and I told the kids that it's new to me, so I know it's gonna be new to you, we're gonna learn it together. And out of all of that, we really learn a lot. So next year, we're really looking for great things, but we're saying all of this. Let me call my two coaches up, Coach Lewis and Coach Adams. And this young lady, I want to come forward. I would like this young lady to come forward. Ayani Ben. Ayani Ben is a young lady that I have had since the 8th grade running track. And if I can get her to believe in herself as much as we believe in her, the sky is her limit. Everything she does it great. Before she leaves Franklin High, she's a junior right now, and like I said, I had her since the 8th grade. She would be one of the most decorated female athletes to ever run at Franklin High School with track, indoor and outdoor track.
Next, our last but not least, will be our wrestling team and Coach Johnson. He's up. Okay, Coach McKellar's going to come up in Coach Johnson's place.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. I'm Coach McKellar. I'm standing in for Coach Johnson tonight. At the end of December, we were, as a team, 1-6. Won 1 match, lost 6. We finished the year 24-6. And that's a dedication to the young men and young ladies that we have in this program. The young ladies that we have now, they're about to graduate. They're seniors this year. I will miss them dearly. We have some awards for them. But we have a very strong program coming up. Said I had about a 2-year contract because my nephew graduates next year. But we have so many phenomenal freshmen and juniors and sophomores that are coming back next year that I'm really excited to actually chase and win not only a regional title, but a state title. And that's going to be my goal, and that's going to be my focus. Now, all I need is a place. That's all I need. And I can make great things happen, not only for the community here, but all over. We're talking about Franklin, Southampton, Isle of Wight. Everybody can't play basketball. Everybody can't play football. Anybody that comes out can wrestle. All you have to do is have that heart inside here, and that's it. So now I'm going to introduce the wrestlers that are here. Now, we look light tonight, but since we are a small rural school district, a lot of our wrestlers are playing soccer tonight in Brunswick. So they were scheduled to wrestle. They were scheduled to play yesterday, but they got scheduled today. So a lot of them are absent today. So again, thank you for your time. Thank you for these awards, and thank you for allowing us to be able to present and show the athletic prowess of our wrestling team. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so Gabrielle Johnson was our manager. She kept our books. She is not here tonight. We have Dr. Reed Harrison. Dr. Harrison, I've known him since he came into this school district. He's been a tremendous help, not only helping our athletes get cleared and get ready physically, but they also mentally and working on that mental aspect of the process of wrestling. Wrestling is a grueling sport. It's not just physical. There's a lot of it is mental and being able to decide that, hey, I want to be better than the person in front of me. All right. Also volunteer and also assistant bookkeeper Barbara McKellar. Yes, we're related. That's my sister. Aiden Gooden. He's playing soccer. Asher Bryant, also playing soccer. Benjamin Harrison, he is our third Franklin High School wrestler with 100 wins. Braden Jackson, goalkeeper playing for soccer. DeAndre Forbes, also playing soccer. And one of the spectacular freshmen that we have now, he's wrestled for 2 months. He was the regional champion for Class 1, Region A and B, which consisted of 12 teams, and he wrestled for 2 months. And he was a freshman regional champ, Dominic Unflip. All right, Jaquan Williams, he is not here. Julius McKellar, also playing soccer tonight. Lawan Whitfield. And our super place winner, placed 6th in states, probably could have placed higher, but he got injured at the end. I'm very proud of this young man, Mr. Xavier Banks. Now, I just want to also, since they came into attendance, we have Mr. Mr. Xavier and I'm trying to, Antoine. That's what I thought. Yeah, Austin Warren. They contributed heavily to being successful this year, and also again our 2 ladies. Oh, come on, y'all, come on. Y'all don't reach out. Y'all came for a reason. Our 2 ladies, Abby Phelps and Miss Kaylin. So again, thank y'all again for letting us present to you tonight. Thank you again for allowing us to be here. Again, we finished as a team 4th in our region. However, next year I expect phenomenal things. So again, thank you again for your time. Oh.
Thanks. All right, do our little magic here with the phone. Okay. And look this way, if you would, young gentlemen and ladies. Very fine. More. Way too good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And that concludes our student service presentations.
1 minute, Coach. Coach Bull communicated with me about an hour ago. He let me know how much he wanted to be here. He expressed that he had an emergency, but he wanted me to just mention that there is no other staff like you all. You all did this in 3 months. You all do this in 3 months, and when you start having a full 12 months to train and practice, imagine how much more you're going to do. So thank you again. You're welcome.
Special education report.
Good evening to the board, Dr. Carter. The purpose of my presentation today is just to get approval from the board for our special education annual plan for the school year 26-27. So I'm just going to go through some background information regarding the grant, the process of it, the allowable use of funds, and the proposed allocations of funds for next school year. To summarize all of this, the purpose of the IDEA grant is federal funds to ensure any entity that receives federal dollars is following all the federal guidelines related to IDEA when it comes to services, licensure, and accreditation of our district. In accordance, the certification process just goes through to ensure all stakeholders are aware. So the process actually starts in December when we submit our federal count. At that time, we had 159 students, so all funds allocated are based off of that. As of current date, we have 157 students designated receiving services with an IEP. In January of each year, the finance department completes our maintenance of effort regarding, and then of March, I present the same information to our SEAC committee. So allowable use of funds are personnel services, which is staff, employee benefits, purchase services, other services, which could be primarily if we have to contract out anything, and of course, materials and supplies only designated for students with disabilities. So the current year, we are allotted $395,000 approximately Specific preschool allocated funds are around 16,000 with a complete flow-through of 379, which goes to basically the K through 12. We are no longer required to set aside funds for students. Essentially, the CCIS is when you set aside funds where you have to designate special education funding to provide services and interventions to the gen ed population. And so we're no longer required to set aside our funding for that. So the major funding categories we are proposing are personnel services, which includes essentially hiring teachers. The benefits associated with that. Purchase services are the services that we utilize for the online programs and the equipment to keep those going. Like we have to pay a portion for Virginia IEP and the things for that, and materials and supplies for the special ed classrooms. So just a few highlighted updates. Within the last year, the Center Room was completely paid for and installed at SP Morton. Work-based learning has begun this year at Franklin High School for our students on the Applied Studies track. They run a coffee cart 3 days a week and sell treats to the community for pets. We have successfully closed our corrective action plan on all compliance metrics. We have purchased iPads for our students who require them who are nonverbal with software that allows them to use it 365, and we track it. And we had a compliant special ed transcript audit with BDOE as well this school year. Any questions regarding the proposed use of funds?
So how long ago from today was the census room completed?
Oh, it was complete about the first day of school. So that was last year's money. When I started July 1, it was one of the things that I took on to make sure it was ready to go when school started.
And all of the nonverbal children, they do have the touch tone pads that you're at?
Yes.
Okay.
Every
And
child
how
who
many students
qualifies
is
have
that?
it. So right now I have like 10 approximately. But every child who qualifies has one.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the special education annual report as presented by Dr. Crutchfield.
I'll second that.
We have a motion, we have a second, do we have a discussion?
Yeah, question. You said the annual plan was reviewed by the Special Education Advisory Committee on March 5th?
Yes.
When did the public board meeting, get to see the plan?
So today is the meeting. It was supposed to have been 2 weeks ago when we would first have the discussion, but it's been put on the website for
today. So it's up there now?
the proposed annual plan right now. We're proposing to use the funds.
Okay. Was the maintenance of effort report that was submitted on January 31st approved by the BDOE, or are we still waiting to hear from them?
That's been approved.
Any other discussions? We'll go ahead and vote. Mr. Osbrook?
Abstain.
Kent?
Yay.
Well, Parker?
Yay.
Bailey?
Nay.
Holt?
Yay.
Boone? Yay.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair,
Good evening.
members of the board, Dr. Carter, citizens. Tonight, my purpose is to present the 2026-2027 Employee Intent to Return Report. This data is based on full-time employees as of March 23rd, 2026. Next slide, please. Purpose and understanding of the report. The intent form is used by HR to help determine division plan staffing needs for the upcoming year. The information is used to identify potential vacancies early, allow us to begin recruitment and hiring sooner, support budget planning and staffing projections, and to ensure continuity of instruction for our students. Next slide, please. So for our survey, 243 staff members received the survey. 240 staff members responded to the survey. 230 staff members said that they are going to return. 7 said they're not returning, and 3 stated that they are retiring. So we have 10 anticipated departures for this school year. So the overall anticipation return rate, and remember this is an intent to return, so anticipated return rate is 96.83%. When you break the teachers out, the anticipated return rate is 92.7%. When you look at it by school, at SP Morton, 85% of the teachers stated that they intend to return. At Franklin High School, 96% of the teachers stated that they intend to return. At the CTE Academy, 100% of the teachers stated that they intend to return. But I wanted to let you know that when you're in a turnaround situation and or a Title I school, schools often experience a 20 to 30% teacher turnover rate each year. Next slide, please. So intent by location. At SP Morton Elementary School, 6 teachers have stated that they will not return. At Franklin High School, 1 teacher has stated that that person will retire and 1 is not returning. All are returning for the CTE Center and 2 retirements for operations. So out of the 240 employees who responded, 230 stated that they plan to return for 26-27 school year. That is their intent. Only 10 employees have stated that they are not returning, and that 10 includes those 3 retirements. This represents 96.83% of employees across return rate across the division. The data reflects a strong commitment of staff to students, the school, and the community. Next slide. So let's look at workforce stability when it comes to our intent to return. Franklin City Public Schools continue to maintain a stable workforce. As stated before, 96.83% of employees indicated their intent to come back to Franklin City Public Schools next year. The teacher rate for returning next year, the intent, 92.7%. The voluntary turnover rate, excluding retirement, is under 3%. And again, this demonstrates continued staff commitment to students and to the community. Next slide, please. So what does this mean for students? Students benefit from experienced educators returning to the classroom. It maintains instructional continuity, stable staffing supports strong academic programs, and HR can focus on targeted hiring rather than large-scale vacancies. So what are our next steps? So based on the intent to return responses, we will begin recruitment for anticipated vacancies, which we have. We will continue monitoring staffing changes. We will support the schools with hiring and the onboarding efforts. And our goal is to ensure all schools are fully staffed for the upcoming school year. So here are the key takeaways for the board. As of today, 96.83% of the staff plan to return next year based on their intent. Teacher retention is anticipated to remain strong at approximately 92%. So Franklin City Public Schools is expected to enter the 26-27 school year with a stable workforce and a clear recruitment plan for the remaining vacancies. Next slide, please. So let's look at a year-to-year comparison because we were talking about intent to return. So let's look at a year-to-year comparison about voluntary resignations. I want to take you back to 21-22 school year. When you look at that school year, 20% of the teacher positions, they were either vacant or filled with a long-term substitute. In 22-23, only 67% of the staff returned. In 23-24, 79% of the teacher staff returned. 24-25, 92%. 25-26, 88%. And anticipated for 26-27, 92.7%. So retention has improved nearly 26 percentage points since the start of the 22-23 school year, demonstrating stronger workforce stability and improved staff commitment to Franklin City Public Schools. Next slide, please. Are there any questions?
Dr. Miner.
Yes.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. You stated the Human Resources Department will have a clear recruitment plan for the remaining vacancies. Could you elaborate on that plan so I can understand a little bit better?
So we have already posted those vacancies online, and we are interviewing as we speak.
What is the actual recruitment plan, though, for the vacancies?
So the recruitment plan is to post the positions. We go to job fairs, and we interview and hire qualified staff for those positions.
I had one other question, and this will be my last question. Why are we advertising for yet another director's position at central office? I believe it's the Director of Leadership Development and Enrichment Programs. Could you elaborate on that position?
Well, I would tell you that my report is about the intent to return for the current staff. You can ask Dr. Carter about that position.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I have two questions, Dr. Mata. What's the number of returning teachers that are actually long-term subs
That are actually long-term subs.
from that number?
So I didn't include long-term subs in this. I only included teachers.
So that number doesn't have that?
Yes.
And with the number you did conclude, are all those teachers certified?
Madam Chair, can I answer my question instead of the audience, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So we do have some teachers that are still working on their licensure, yes. So some of them are not licensed.
Do you have the number? Do you know it offhand?
I don't have the number offhand, but I can get it to you.
Thank you. Please do. That was all.
Okay.
And can we go to the slide when it said what this means for the students?
Yes.
Just really one question. In the evaluation of these teachers and the ones, I guess, taking a look at the test scores or the SOLs, what are we doing about the teachers or the classrooms where student success is kind of minor instead of excelling where we want it to be?
So that would be a question for school leadership, and this is the intent to return for voluntary resignations. Okay. Any other questions?
I have one.
Yes, ma'am.
Without the percentage, because from what I'm looking at, we started out with 40, we now have 30. And we have about 10 to 15 positions online. Is that correct?
So yes, so because it's an intent to return, teachers still have until June 30th to decide that they're not going to come. So we're putting up applicant pools just in case people decide they're not going to come.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So we're trying to just make certain that we have qualified applicants out there.
Okay. All right.
Dr. Miner, is there any evaluation that HR takes when it comes to taking a look at the teachers, or that's not your
So that's
field of
at the
expertise?
school leadership level. So what happens if there are teachers that will or may be recommended for non-renewal, then HR does take a look at those evaluations to make certain that teachers are not blindsided, that they've been getting that feedback all year. Any other questions? Thank you.
Ms. Morrison.
Dr. Carter, Chairwoman Chair Boone, and school board, and those assembled here, good evening.
Good evening.
First, I will present the normal monthly finance report for the month of March. I've put fiscal year 24 and 25 on here again for reference. The other columns now are going to be March year-to-date actual. We have collected 74% of our revenues and expended 76% of our expenditures. And that leads to overspending of $492,565. But again, we have not received the final state revenues. We have not received all of our federal grant reimbursements. And also, we will probably have a fund balance at the time of our cost report, not cost report, at the time of our annual audit, we will have a fund balance that could probably cover most of that.
Stop. I have a question. The part probably covers scares me. That
Right.
part, the verbiage that is used. With the funds that we have not received yet, is there at least an adequate number that you do have? Like, I know when we get, well, the grants, you know how much the grant is that we're going to receive. With the grants that we're going to receive, should it not equal up to the grant, that actual grant that was spent? Because where's the overage coming from?
Right now, if you look at federal funding, there's 117,000 outstanding until we would meet the 100% collected, and those are the ones that were expended in March that we file for reimbursement in April. We were filed for those on April 3rd, and as of now, I haven't seen them on the payment schedule from DOE, but they normally come in about 2 to 3 weeks.
Right, but that would cover each other, because those are federal fundings that we get a certain amount and it's put towards that particular department, and we don't go over that funding.
Yes.
Okay.
I understand. So for our textbook fund, we've spent $49,267 this year on textbooks. If you look, we do have a positive fund balance there, and we will have for 25 as well. In addition to that, we do have about $160,000 in that bank account right now, and we do record those revenues annually based on the final state calculator. For the nutrition fund, once again, we are still on a spend down plan with Virginia Department of Education. So when you'll see when we get to the vouchers, we did make some expenditures to attempt to reduce some of that, and we have reduced it by $52,000 in the month of March. And this is what it looks like for our overall total. Again, we're waiting on the fiscal year 25 audit so that we can do the 26 audit. We are waiting on the final state budget based on the ADM count for March 31st that hasn't been announced yet. And we do have some, as Dr. Carter was saying last month, we do have some reduction plans in effect as well. Moving on to from the financial statement aspect to the cash flow. In March, we took in $2.1 million, and we spent out $1,957,927.96, which means we had a surplus of just over $240,000 for the month of March alone. Looking at our beginning available balance, that puts our cumulative deficit down to $861,000. And that does match what the city treasurer has calculated. I have added back the trend slide. Again, for March 26th, it's come down to $861,000. 2025 was an anomaly due to all of the capital expenditures we experienced that year. And then in years prior, we were very close, over or under, a close amount. Are there any questions? Okay. I'd like to now go on to the March vouchers. And I did have these sent out ahead of the meeting, so we're going to go through them relatively quickly now. Are there any questions on the textbook fund? These are just secondary regular textbooks. What's next? Okay, this starts if you could go back prior to the textbook, I'll show the cafeteria. The cafeteria fund, as you can see, we brought a vehicle that's to be used for transporting meals from Franklin High School cafeteria to J.P. King, which we don't operate that cafeteria. And then the normal monthly expenses of supplies and food. Okay, to general fund. Yep. There we go. This starts the general fund. Allied instructional services are physical and occupational therapies that we provide to students with that need. Next.
Could you go back one?
Yes.
Thank you.
These are normal monthly expenditures. You see, we paid bills twice this month, 13th and the 25th. This is where we are catching up our utilities payments to the city of Franklin. Game time was for pre-K playground replacement, which you'll see when Dr. Walters comes up. Okay. We paid $62,000 to CSEP, joint operation. That was one of our last payments of this year.
Could you slow down this one? Could you go back to the other one? Thank you.
And this is the final page about the general fund. And then finally, we have our grant funds that are reimbursable.
I'm sorry, could you go back to the previous page? Williams Mullins, is that legal services, is that the attorney we use?
Yes, that is legal services provided by Williams and Mullen firm. Mhm.
For the meetings?
Yes, ma'am.
1 minute. So is this what he charges per month? All these charges are monthly charges from them?
No, ma'am. They're charges as incurred, meaning if you were to call the attorney and ask for advice, you would get a bill for that amount of time.
Okay, so this is not just the meetings that he's been on, I'm assuming, setting up for the school board, but also if one of them calls or anybody calls or reaches out, those are the charges for
Yes.
that month?
Any interaction or correspondence or phone calls, they get billed by the instance.
Thank you.
So the bills will vary.
Okay, so this is for this month, next month will be different most likely?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I know this might be off the track question, but who can authorize personnel to call a lawyer?
I would say that Dr. Carter would indicate which of his designees would be authorized to do that. They are, generally it's only Dr. Carter unless he requests other people to be involved.
Okay, now what about school board?
That would be the school board chair would have the authority to approve those.
So basically, Dr. Carter and the school board chair has that authority to contact the attorney and ask questions and so forth, is what you're saying? Thank
Yes.
you.
Yes,
Just wanted to
ma'am.
get it clarified.
Mhm. Okay, and finally, the grant funds. Any other questions on the vouchers? Okay. Next, I'd like to talk about proposed budget amendment for fiscal year 26. We have received word from the Wallace Foundation, and we've received a check from them for $5,000. This adjustment would be to record the associated budget for revenue and expenditures. And for our title grants, we've heard from Virginia Department of Education that we're getting small increases to the initial allocations. So for Title III, it'll be $30.22. Title IV will be $2,639.93. And for Title I, we got $12,622.04 more than our initial allocation. This proposed budget amendment would be to record the revenue and expenditure budgets so that we can incur these expenditures. I would like now for the board to vote on whether or not to approve this budget amendment as presented.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve budget amendment BA 26-007.
We're not amending it. We move for it to be approved. You said amend. Say approve. Redo the motion. You have to re-say it. Go ahead, Bob.
I move that we approve budget amendment BA 26-007.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
And I'll second that. So,
We have a motion and a second. Do we have a discussion? With a motion and a second, not having a discussion, Mr. Osbrook?
Yay.
Mr. Camp?
Yay.
Ms. Parker?
yay.
Ms. Bailey?
Yeah.
Mr. Holt?
Yes.
Ms. Boone, yes.
Thank you. The next step is this will be presented to City Council. It does not require any new City Council funds. It is only asking for an appropriation to spend what we've already been granted. The last presentation I'd like to make tonight is a proposal to align our compensation strategy with our ability to recruit and retain the best staff while also maintaining financial sustainability and being fiscally responsible. So I must begin my presentation by saying, next slide please, actual funding does depend on the state-approved budget that will be coming out in June, and it also depends on the City of Franklin's approved budget and how much they allocate to schools, and that will probably also coming out in June. So everything on here is contingent upon appropriate funding. Next slide please. Okay, so 3% increase was built in to the FY27 budget that was approved by the school board and forwarded to the city for consideration. This proposal is to raise that from 3% to 4%, and the proposal is designed to ensure that we can retain, recruit, and remain competitive in the market, but also have long-term sustainability. Without action, we risk turnover in key areas such as recruiting cost, onboarding cost, lost experience when people leave, high vacancy cost because that classroom has to be filled with an educator that day, and it could result in larger class sizes, disruption to instructional services. So delaying our competitive compensation only shifts the cost to the cost of turnover and vacancies. So the 3% that was already approved by the school board and is still contingent upon state and local funding of 3%, once you add the salary increase and the associated benefit cost, that would cost $454,496 for the division-wide. And because the state only funds certain positions, namely those in the standards of quality and some support positions, that leaves the city to pick up the remaining share of that. So 73% of any increase we do would be borne by the city, basically. So we've already approved $331,782 that the city would have to pick up. Now, if we move that to a 4% increase, if you'll notice, the city share only goes up by approximately $110,000. So what we have to decide is that investment worth avoiding the risk that we could incur higher costs later?
Who would this raise go to? Is this for our teaching staff first?
It would be an across-the-board increase, as it has been in prior years.
Who worked on this whole proposal about the raise, how much, who gets what? Who did the research on this?
I was given a directive to calculate the impact of 4%, and that's what I've done here.
Okay, no. I was asking because I need to refer to something. I was asking because I think something needs to really be adjusted on the whole structure of the raise, who gets it and how, to the point where I think it's Management Advisory Group International, and I'm reading MAG. I was watching, and I frequently do watch other city council meetings, school board council meetings, which is very informative, especially the professionalism. And they retained MAG for Isle of Wight schools. I think it was early 2026. I watched them a lot, so I can't say, sorry about that. I can't say which one it was. The study compared the employee pay against the surrounding Hampton Roads area school division, identifying that teachers and staff salaries lack behind the market. It was very well structured, researched. They broke it all down. And I'm not saying you didn't do a good job, but this company did an excellent job, and they did the employees of that school system justice with doing it that way. And it was even presented to City Council. Speaking of City Council, I just want to recognize, I see Greg Mecklemore from our City Council, Paul Kaplan, our mayor. If anybody else I left out, I apologize, but I do want to recognize you and say good evening. But that was presented by them to the board because they were the experts at it. We're not the experts at it. They did a very good comprehensive study. They broke the figures down, how much the city would have, how much the school would have, who would get what, because right now we know our teachers, they do a lot. I'll just leave it at that. Not to offend any group. Our teachers do a lot, and they really need to be brought up. But I would suggest it comes out of our hands, and we use that group. Yes, it costs money. There's a cost to everything. We already see that, and we're already paying one way or the other. But I would suggest we use them to go ahead and do the same study here. And they presented how much at this percent, that percent, and the whole picture on how it would impact us, to both boards and the community. So I'm just suggesting to the board we do that because the board made the decision. It wasn't their financial person doing this, and the board was included in that. They were not omitted. The board as a whole. It was no big I's and big U's with the presentation. So I'm just giving that challenge to the board. Maybe we need to go in that direction so we can do our more justice to our employees.
Ms. Bailey, I would have to echo the same sentiment. As a board member, we are fiscally responsible, and we should take every avenue and step that we can to be responsible agents of the money within the district. So I believe that's a great idea.
I also think it's an excellent suggestion because we had talks about hiring an outside firm to do the compensation study. We just had not committed the purchase order to do it. In addition to that, we do have all the competitive salary information for surrounding districts. I didn't include it here, but we are able to provide that.
No, that's good. And you see how you said you had talks about it? Mm-hmm. The board should have been privy to those talks. And it's not you. No, that is not a critique for you.
Presenting it to the board. I'm
no,
sorry.
But that was not a critique for you, though. It should have been talked about that way first.
Yes, ma'am.
And just FYI, if you want to look at it, it was really informative, that meeting that they had. And they had, it came up in several of their meetings. the findings and how they did everything. They even gave their credentials. It was wonderful. So you just might want to see it. It is enlightening. It teaches you, because you know, when you stop learning, you stop growing. I think Einstein said that. So it's a lot to learn and you gain by looking at the surrounding areas, school board meetings on professionalism, how things are more uniformed and done. But if you just want to refer to that, it's a good tool.
I will. I'll get the locality from you later. Next slide. So our average salary in our division is $52,026 currently, and this is just an illustration of how that would impact the average employee, whether it was 3% or 4%. But, you know, we do have an option of doing targeted raises to certain groups of employees. So, you know, we're open to that as well.
I like that idea.
Yes.
Me too.
Okay. So basically, we will work with the city to evaluate what funding options exist, and we need to ensure long-term sustainability with it, whatever we decide. At this point, we're seeking the board's feedback and direction, which we might have already gotten, as proposed the 4% salary increase as we consider the budget development with the city. So if what I'm hearing is correct, the board would like to explore targeted increases and an outside firm to analyze the market.
Yes. As for me, yes.
Okay.
I think it would be good to see, just so everyone can see it. Everyone knows exactly where it's going, because we say across the division, and it's automatically a thought, so everybody gets to see, you know, exactly how much the teachers are getting, because that's been something that's been discussed since I've been on the board with Dr. Carter and everybody, trying to find ways to give more money. The state gives it across the board, so to see exactly where it's going, because everybody does work hard and the teachers work extremely hard. So whatever we can do to give them a little bit of encouragement, you know what I mean,
I agree.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And I just want to echo that. I certainly am all for that. The only caveat, or the only thing that I would like to see, is when we do that, there is a detailed study provided to each board member, right? I want to see the actual details so it could be researched and looked at closely.
Yes.
And monitored closely.
That group that does it, they are that thorough. They give a detailed report to each board member, the whole board, city council, community. They break it down in so many ways. They show you different options. If we give teaching personnel this amount, this personnel, another personnel that amount. They break the whole entire thing down. They even go into the medical benefits and how it will impact there. But it is a complete study.
And that's great. I just want to make sure we have access to all of that information.
Yes.
Understood.
Yep.
Basically, we need to take care of our people, and that's why I had that slide there. Thank you for your attention this evening. If you have any further questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Dr. Walters.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. This evening I am seeking approval of an academic calendar for the next school year. Next slide, please. So just a highlight of the proposed calendar that you saw a few meetings ago now. New teachers would report August 17th. Returning teachers report August 19th. The first day of school would be scheduled for August 31st, with a full week for Thanksgiving break, 2 full weeks for winter break, a full week for spring break. That does include 4 wellness days observed in October, February, March, and April, and 5 professional development or work days during the academic year. So that 5 does not include pre-service time that will happen in August. And then we also have typically 2 professional development or work days at the conclusion of the school year. And that will utilize an instructional day at Franklin High School beginning at 8 a.m., concluding at 3 p.m., and SP Morton's instructional day will be from 9 a.m. until 4 p.m. So at a previous board meeting, there was a request for some additional feedback. So there was another survey that was submitted. And with this, we did have 221 respondents, with 92 respondents in favor of the calendar as presented, and 129 respondents opposed to it as presented. And in general, the feedback of those who were in favor of it appreciated the instructional day change at Franklin High School, adjusting that time. Even some who were in favor of that calendar as presented, of course, wished for additional wellness days. But for several families, employees, and community members, Ms. B, if you'll hit the next slide, some of the comments that were in opposition to the proposed calendar requested additional Wellness Fridays, although several understood the removal of November and December wellness days, given those extended breaks that we have during those months. And some concerns were shared about the impact that fewer wellness days would have on attendance, and there were some concerns shared about the length of the school day at SP Morton. All of that taken into consideration, the calendar that has been presented to the board, I believe is in the best interest of students. And I'm requesting your approval of the calendar as presented. I'd
Can
be
you go
happy
back
answer
to
any
the last?
questions.
Could you go back to the last slide, Ms. B? Dr. Walter, that's the 62% of the employees who are opposed to it. What is are those mainly teachers? What does that 63 represent?
So the way that question was asked, I like to know who's responding, but I try not to get more specific than necessary. So any survey that I'm sending out, there is a degree of anonymity. So I want people to be able to respond honestly. So that group of employees would be any group of employees. So I didn't ask specifically if an individual was a teacher, if they were in operations, or if they were a bus driver, or et cetera. So that is a collective total, not specific to any group of employees.
Okay. What was the main reason they indicated they were opposed to it?
There was an inclination for more wellness days. That was kind of a theme through some of those responses.
And why are we changing it? What's prompting you all to change the calendar days of work from previous years? Why are we doing this? What's making this be proposed now?
So I would say that really the focus is on ensuring that the students have quality instruction, and that there is consistency and continuity with their instructional day. Previously, we have received feedback from families about questioning, what Friday is this Friday? Is it a Wellness Friday? Is it a virtual day, or is it a PD day? There was some inconsistency, and so I'll own the confusion that was associated with that. But I would say that that's really the focus, making sure that the students receive quality instruction on a consistent basis.
The reason I'm asking, because a lot of teachers, as we know in our area, they're not paid as high as they could or should be as some of the surrounding areas. And also, they're sending communication that even though they have not communicated it yet, they do not intend to return if the schedule change, if their work week changes from what it was. They actually broke down the hours in one email and showed that they are working as much or if not more, with the hours. You received it too, as others. So I really have a hard time voting on this tonight with the concerns of more teachers possibly not returning for good reasons, because in the email, it was broken down on how many hours they actually worked. Even with the Wellness Friday, it actually showed more. It was a very good calculation that was shown, and they voiced opinion, and they will stop you in the community and speak on it as well. So I don't know if I'm personally ready to go ahead and approve that for that reason, not for my own reasons, but for that reason, without doing some more research.
I'd just like to add that, I mean, I've been in the education field for close to 30 years, and I've always looked at it as a collaborative effort, meaning the teachers or the staff and the students. And if we're talking quantity, it seems like you're talking more, quality, you're talking more quantity because you're adding time, you know, compared to quality is the time that is spent truly learning and sharing in that classroom. And 62% of your staff saying that they think this is not a great move, I mean, that does speak volumes. So, like Ms. Bailey, I think I definitely would like to take a little bit more time, maybe even get a little bit more feedback from just staff alone. Not that they're the only ones in this, but I mean, you can have a kid in your classroom, but if you don't have that teacher that's motivated to do what they need to do, then it's not, you know, it's not going to actually benefit us to add more time.
I would have to echo the same sentiments. I've thought about this very carefully, and I've thought about it long. When you look at the longevity of staffing and what we want our district to be, this seems to be a very hot topic for a lot of people, and it seems to be something that means a lot to folks. And although I'm one for professional development and instructional time, we need teachers that are well rested, and we need teachers that are going to use the time to really do what's best to get themselves together or do whatever they got to do. So they're here to serve our children and teach to the best of their abilities and provide that high quality instruction that we keep referring to, because that's what I want to see. So I echo the sentiments that have been said here tonight. I'd like to see a little bit more research done toward and how we can incorporate more of the Wellness Fridays into it.
You said incorporate more of the Wellness Fridays?
That's ultimately what I'd like to see. Yeah.
Or possibly leave the schedule as it was previously.
Or that as well, yeah.
Is there another calendar that you've already started working on besides the one that you had already presented us previously?
Not besides the two that you've seen.
Dr. Walters, I think the other problem is, it's not you because you have presented too. The other problem is, the whole board, again, is not being, it's not being consulted and talked about with the whole board prior, getting feedback. Maybe half the board, maybe some of the more privileged board, but it is not. So we could give feedback if we had that opportunity to give feedback while you're working so hard, but we're not. We just hear it toward the end part. So it's nothing against your work and the hard work you have planned, but we do need to revise it probably once again. Thank you, Dr. Walters.
Yeah, and I'll just add this last little caveat. Basically, when you present something, which you know you always do eloquently, people get an opportunity to hear it. And after they hear it, believe it or not, they actually come to us to talk to us about what's going on. So of course we have to listen to what they're saying, and we bring the feedback from the public. And I think the public matters. So, you know, that's why we have to say what we have to say.
Dr. Walters, how many times has this come before the board?
Three. I believe this is the third presentation.
Okay, so the board, they're seeing the presentations, just for the record, all at the same time. And this is the third time. So I just wanted to point that out.
Madam Chair, I'd like to point out that I've looked at it 3 different times, and now I've come to the conclusion that we still need to look at it again. So,
It has been presented to the board 3 times, and we've looked at it 3 times, and we're going to get more feedback, maybe even more than 3 times. That's okay. That's what you do as a board. You ask questions, you listen. As more community members speak up, you take that into consideration, and then the 3rd time you're here. Very good to this board for not being rash and making decisions before we get our community and our teachers' feedback. It's amazing on how many things is presented to central office at times about citizens' time and other subjects that gets ignored that's been presented more than 3 times. So if we want to talk about something here, let's talk about it over there as well. But this is a school board meeting, and we're going to move forth and not go back and forth. Dr. Walters, are you finished with your presentation?
Because I got a question.
Go ahead, Ms.
Can we
Marks.
go back, please? Ms. B, could you go back for me? What were the, I was looking at the parents. Why were they in favor of the calendar?
Some of the comments, I think they were able to see the consistency in the schedule. So I think that those were some of the highlights. I would be happy to share all of the qualitative feedback that we received from the surveys, just so that you can see that the bullet points that I'm including, it is a true synthesis of the information that we collect. So
Thank you.
I'm happy to do that. But that was really the consensus. They wanted, some indicated they wanted children back in 5 days a week, which is counter to what we're hearing from teachers, right? So it again is taking input. Ultimately, we can't make everybody happy, right? But it is about making the best decision that we can for kids. And we will come back one more time. So that's that presentation. All right, we'll go on to the next presentation.
Okay.
With the operations update, and I'm still going to end on a good note, by the way. With the operations update, there really has been a lot of discussion regarding the Charles Street Gym, and what is it that we can do to make that facility usable for our students. And after a lot of reflection, a lot of feedback that we've received, at this point, it doesn't seem like it's the right time to move forward with renovating the Charles Street Gym. That means that we will be in communication with VDOE regarding the SCAP grant, making them aware that we will not seek any reimbursements of that grant. But we will need to have continued conversation about the Charles Street Gym. It is, it's an asset, but it's also a liability right now. And so we're going to need to make some tough decisions about how is it that we're going to be moving forward with this historic structure. It's going to require a large investment, if I can just speak plainly. The information that Ms. Midkiff presented at one of our previous board meetings, that cost is not going to decrease over time. So if that is a building that we are committed to keep and use for students, we're going to need to have very serious conversation about how it is that we are securing funding for that and being able to create that learning environment for children. Hopefully we can find ourselves in a better position because as I've shared with many of you before, since I came to Franklin, the Charles Street Gym has been something that I've heard from several people regarding the memories that they have and wanting to restore that for children to be able to use.
I really don't think anyone is opposed to us doing something with the Charles Street gym. I mean, it has sentimental value to me. I just think that, over these last couple of, maybe this last year or so with the financial issues that we're kind of like not truly aware of where we're at with things. I think that was more so the factor, at least for me, to want to kind of pursue it right now.
Sure. So just an update on the HVAC repairs at SP Morton. As I've shared previously, the boiler and chiller are both operating on reduced capacities. And we have sent out asking for quotes for replacement of the boiler and for coil replacement of the chiller. So again, both of these are operating at around 50% capacity. The quotes that we received were from Hoffman Mechanical, Warwick Mechanical, and Benchmark Service Group, and those costs range from $168,000 to nearly $180,000. I will credit Mr. Pullen, our maintenance supervisor. He has worked diligently with these companies. What we have requested was to combine the work of both of these jobs in order to save money. So that's how we've landed at this cost. With the cost at this level, that will require board action before we can move forward. So it is my recommendation that we award the contract to Hoffman Mechanical to complete the boiler and chiller replacements as presented.
Dr.
That's
Walters, I'm sorry.
One question this time. It comes with a warranty, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How long is the warranty?
I will get back to you.
Appreciate
I
it.
can't recall right off the top of my head, but yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Walters, where are we getting the money to pay for the HVAC repairs at SP Morton? Do we currently have the money in the budget to do it, since we have a deficit of over $860,000?
And correct me if I'm wrong. With City Council and the former interim city manager, the $509,000, I believe, is being returned to the division. That is the source of this funding.
I have a question about the quotes. Are we going with Hoffman Mechanical because they're the lowest quotes, or are we going with them because their reviews, you know what I'm saying,
Yes,
their
ma'am.
workmanship, their reviews as far as being able to complete in time?
Sure. So I'll share that with each of these companies, we've had the opportunity to work with them on various projects. Benchmark Service Group was the group that actually installed, they've gone through a name change, but they were the group that installed the water source heat pumps inside the formal SP Morton structure, so exclusive of the mods. So they're familiar, we're familiar with their work quality. Similarly, Hoffman Mechanical has been on board and has completed work relative to the boiler and chiller, so we're familiar with their work quality as well. So it's not simply the price. We've had the opportunity to work with these companies. Certainly price is a major factor, but it's not the only factor.
So you need to go. Okay.
I was just going to ask, is that 500,000+, has that already been allocated somewhere else, or is that actually, for us to utilize in any project we'd like?
It has not been allocated in other projects to my knowledge.
Have not been allocated to any other project.
So you need a recommendation. So it's your recommendation that we go ahead and we go with Hoffman, but you need the board's approval in order to get this kick-started.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so.
I have one more discussion. I just want to know, did they all offer the same warranty, years of warranty, back to what LaShonda said?
I believe so, yes, ma'am. I don't recall specifically, but I believe that that is the case.
Okay.
I had one other question. It's coming to me. Are there any other major capital expenses going on right now in regards to repairs?
Right now, no. We have some that we're keeping a very close eye on. So the sewer line that we had replaced at J.P. King, we are keeping an eye on one of the lines at Franklin High School. We're going to be getting that evaluated. We're seeing some of the same symptoms. They have been managed, but again, it's about solving the problem and not putting Band-Aids on things. We're also looking at the potential purchase of an additional bus. We are looking at the purchase of an additional van for us to be able to meet the needs of our children and their programs that may be located outside of the city of Franklin. I'm pursuing a grant to refinish the tennis court at Franklin High School, and I believe that that can be completed entirely with grant funding. So I mean, there are other projects on the horizon, but none that we're in the middle of at the moment.
Is there any other major grants that you're pursuing in regards to these types of things?
So I'm continuously looking for grant money. I'm looking at other opportunities to fund parts of the Charles Street refurbishment. There are others that we can consider. The SCAP grant, which is the grant that we received for the Charles Street improvement, that's generally offered twice a year. And so I'm keeping an eye on when that next round of applications opens up. They've changed the regulations on that. It used to be that it could only be one award within the division and one school within the division. So basically it was a single project. They've loosened some of those regulations now, so it can be a similar project across multiple schools. So HVAC work, if you're replacing water source heat pumps, you can do that at several sites and lump that sum together in the application. So I'm pursuing a variety of different grant sources.
With the SCAP grant, is purchasing a new facility part of it, or it has to be something that was already existing?
New construction is an allowable expense with SCAP.
Because I'm asking, I think it was the previous meeting, the last meeting we were all in attendance on, not the other one. Someone mentioned, of course, we didn't know about it, another building that we could have purchased that was maybe over $900,000 as opposed to the Charles Street gym. That building was mentioned. We didn't know about it, but everyone, a lot of other people on this board did. Would the SCAP grant qualify for that?
I would need to follow up. I don't believe that it is generally allowable for the purchase of an existing building, but I can follow up.
Let's follow up.
Dr. Walters, you're going to see flooring that needs to be replaced at J.P. King because of the sewer line. The flooring has to be put back down, so you'll see that. And you also see we're at the last phases of finishing our greenhouse. You'll see some expenditures for that.
If the board is compelled, could I get a motion?
All right, I guess I'll make a motion. I make a motion that the board awards a contract to Hoffman Mechanical to replace the boiler and chiller at SP Morton.
I second that motion.
With the motion and the second, do we have a discussion? Mr. Holt, what's your vote?
Aye.
Osbrook?
Aye.
Kent?
Aye.
Parker?
Aye.
Bailey?
Aye.
Boone, aye.
Thank you. I'm excited to share with you an update on our summer feeding program. Again, prior to spring break, we released a survey to gather interest from the community on having meals sent home for children over the summer break. Some of the constraints that we're trying to work with We are asking that families live within the city limits. They don't have to be enrolled in Franklin City Public Schools, so it could be a homeschool student. It could be someone who is enrolled at an academy. We're trying to meet the needs of the community. And this program would allow us to send meals to children who are age 1 through 18 inclusive. And one of the things that our nutrition department will need to be careful of is that we're not double dipping for reimbursements. So for children who participate in our summer school programming, they will receive breakfast and lunch. We can't claim more than one set of meals for a child per day. So there's a fix for that. But that is one of the things that we're taking a look at. Bottom line, we want to be able to ensure that our students have meals over the summer. So an RFP was released prior to spring break to solicit vendors wishing to be considered as the meal provider. And this section was prepared for April 2nd. So we have actually selected a vendor, and we would like to go with Food for Good based on the ranking scale that we had. If you'll look at those costs, we are considering 3-day boxes and 7-day boxes. Each box will contain 3 days worth of breakfast and lunch, or 7 days worth breakfast and lunch. And these are the cost to the division per box. Based on meal reimbursement rates, we will make about $20 per box, based on the difference between our cost and the reimbursement that we would receive. So in planning for this, we have started to purchase some supplies. Mr. Evans has also secured another grant. It's a $1,000 grant that we would use to purchase a pallet jack so that we can move and sort these boxes. We print labels. We are partnering with Amazon. Amazon will deliver these meals to our children's homes at no cost. So we're really very fortunate for this opportunity to partner with them. And again, this is preemptively. I'm not sure that we will exceed the total without board approval, but I want to get your approval to move forward with this just in the event that our sum total of expenses exceed what is the threshold for the superintendent.
Could you go back to the previous slide for me, please?
Yes, sir.
Where it says FCPS nutrition cannot double dip for reimbursements. How are we going to keep track of that? What's the plan for that? And just before you answer that question, how are we going to keep track of all the data in regards to the students who are using the service and all those elements that go into that?
So Mr. Evans, who presented to the board, I am discovering is Superman. He is keeping track of information from families. We're going to be working very closely with school administrators for summer school so that we have that information. That will allow us to know who is participating in summer school. That would switch their delivery from a 7-day box to a 3-day box. So students would still receive meals for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but their Monday through Thursday meals would be received at school. Did I answer both questions? Okay.
And Dr. Washington, I just want to be clear because I honestly don't remember. Was that per child or was that per household?
It is per child. So again, any child 1 through 18 is eligible to participate in this program. We've had an excellent response. We've had over 320 respondents, and so very excited to be able to start that. Mr. Evans has received, as of yesterday, information from Amazon. In addition to the meals, we are going to be receiving approximately 4,000 books that we're going to be able to send home that are age appropriate, so that, again, children are growing their at-home libraries while they're physically growing with these meals.
I did have another question. I'm so sorry. So these boxes are already pre-made, right?
Yes, sir.
And they're shipped to us.
Yes, sir.
So will you be supervising the inventory manifest of these boxes? Will we be making sure we're keeping track of the supply to meet current demands? Are we going to make sure that if there's any issues that we're fluctuating for supply and demand and all these other elements? Because it's one thing to say, you know, we're going to participate in this program, we're going to do this, and then all of a sudden nobody participates in it.
Right. So what I'll say is that Mr. Evans is preparing to begin receiving shipments by mid to late May, so that we have inventory on site. That will facilitate us in beginning to prepare to get that picked up by Amazon and then delivered home. So there is a constant inventory management that will be necessary, and he'll be checking continuously with the information that we have on hand. Again, we are going to be reaching back out to families to ensure that there aren't any food sensitivities, because we can work with the distributor to make sure we receive appropriate boxes for them. But yes, sir, we'll be keeping a very close eye on inventory.
You were basically saying that the superintendent's already kind of budgeted for this program to a certain degree, correct? Oh, I thought you were saying that, and then I thought you said, but if we get close to the threshold where we may have to, I guess, put some additional funding to it, how would we be notified that we're close to that threshold?
So just a reminder with the Nutrition Fund, they are entirely self-sustaining. And we're actually working on a spending plan for VDOE because we've exceeded the maximum 3-month surplus. So it would not touch the general fund. There is more than enough. And again, the reimbursement is about $20 per box. So they will continue to generate revenue through this program just based on regular USDA reimbursements.
So what are we approving then, or what are we?
So the reason that I'm presenting it to the board is there is a threshold that we cannot spend if it goes beyond that total. So even though it is a self-sustaining fund, I'm seeking board approval that if we go beyond the total that we can spend without your approval, we have your approval for that.
I have a question before that. Has Mr. Evans reached out to the Boys and Girls Club? Because they have a group during the summertime that come to our schools for breakfast and lunch. And not last year, but the previous year, our school was shut down and the Boys and Girls Club was still open, and we had to go into the school and actually have it open for an additional, I think it was a week or two, for the children that were coming from the Boys and Girls Club to receive breakfast and lunch.
Yes, ma'am.
So has he reached out to them and found out? Because they're just now sending out the information for their summer program. They don't even have the maximum amount of children yet. And that's not just our community children, that's all surrounding children also coming to the Boys and Girls. So that's an addition.
Correct. So that is one more safeguard that he has in place. And again, that will depend on their program, the Boys and Girls Club programming starting as well. So, but he has been in communication with them. And as you said, because they do participate in our breakfast and lunch, although they don't participate in summer school, they would be eligible for the 3-day box, but not the 7-day box.
Okay.
Could it actually be also implemented that Amazon could actually deliver to them, so no matter what, you know, it doesn't affect the schools like it did that time when you said it happened? Shut down?
Yes, sir. So they would be included. Anyone who signs up can be included in the program, and they can have at least the 3-day box. But we'll be working very closely, again, with the school administrators and the Boys and Girls Club to make sure that we have an accurate roster of who's participating in each set of programs.
I want to make sure I'm on the same page with you. So what you're asking for us to approve is if you go past a particular threshold, you have money that you can continue to spend.
Right. So the way that we are authorized to spend funds, there is a threshold that we can spend without seeking board approval. Once we reach that threshold, you have to give permission, right? So what I'm suggesting is, given the quantity that it appears we're going to be sending, I think we're going to be close to that threshold. And I don't want to be caught in the summer coming to you after the fact. So I'm trying to be proactive and make sure that if, let's say that the total is $150,000 that nutrition has to expend for these boxes, that would have exceeded the threshold. I've got to get your approval. So, go ahead.
Dr. Walters, so board, if we're getting close to the threshold, we'll come to you. Is that an acceptable compromise? Because you're I think some of your concerns are that we're going to go over X amount of dollars and you don't know anything about it, or we're having an open checkbook. Is that your concern?
My overall concern is making sure that we're fiscally responsible, and I just wanted to see if we could possibly get some type of report or updated information that is showing what we're spending money on. I mean, I can't speak for any of the other board members, but I'm speaking for myself. I don't feel comfortable voting unless we have the caveat that it's going to be reported in a particular way. That way we're just aware, because all I'm asking for is to be aware of things. That's
right.
all I need.
Approving an unknown number is what the concern is.
Is there
So
a
we
projection
could-
number?
So we are at 320 respondents who are opting into the program.
Okay.
And then if we did, if I can math for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Walters, does this have to be approved today?
It doesn't have to be approved today. Very quick math, 320 participants. If each child received the 7-day box for 10 weeks, that's $120,000. So that would exceed the threshold. I would need your approval.
That's 320 participants at this point, because the number could increase, right?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And we don't have to approve it today. We can simply wait. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Because
think
again,
it-
that unknown number.
Yeah.
What's the line in the same? I mean, what's the number that is like this before the first?
Tracy? 50,000.
So, yeah, I think that we should just wait until it comes there, and then just bring it back to get the approval, because it could greatly increase. So instead of putting a number on it right now, if it gets to that point that it's actually over, just bring it back to the board. I think everybody would be comfortable
But
with
I have a
that.
comment on that also, because from what I'm hearing is that Mr. Evans has already started receiving these boxes, or he's about to start receiving these boxes?
No. So I'm asking permission to enter into an agreement with Food for Good. He wants to begin receiving inventory mid to late May, so that they can begin the labeling process for children who are going to be participating with the program.
So do you think that by our next board meeting, you would have a better number of participants?
I can continue to update you, yes, ma'am.
Because the thing is that our next board meeting is actually in the beginning of May, and you're saying that Mr. Evans wants this on board for mid to end May.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's the deadline for us, the beginning of May.
Yes.
There's no deadline, is there?
Well,
If you
we-
get in the middle of the summer and realize you're at the threshold and you need more money, you can simply come back to the board like you said before and ask. Is that correct? Is that what you stated?
No, I mean a deadline to start it.
Right, so
No, I mean a deadline for the vote. There's no deadline for the vote if he said this was about asking for more money if we get to the threshold, so you didn't have to come back and do that later. Is that correct?
correct. So if we enter into an agreement with Food for Good and we exceed $50,000, I'm going to need to come in and seek permission before Mr. Evans procures any additional food.
Okay. That wouldn't be the first time the board has ask for a vote and with a couple of days, so yes, I understand. One question is a little different from the money. Any child 1 through 8 living in the city of Franklin qualifies for this?
1 through 18.
1 through 18, excuse me, qualifies, okay. So we can move on, because we don't have to vote today?
Be happy to. Again, a huge thank you to the Obacy Healthcare Foundation for the $75,000 grant that we received to improve the playground at SP Morton Elementary School. I'm working very closely with them on setting up a ribbon cutting date. Once that is established, I will email each of you to invite you to attend. But again, very excited to be able to begin using this for our pre-K and kindergarten students. Any questions? Thank you.
That's it, Madam Chair.
Consent agenda?
Can I say something right quick? And this is for the public. Listen, we need input for this too. I mean, this is meals for your children, and if this is something that you want us to do, we need you to reach out and let us know. You know, this is your tax money that's, you know, going to these boxes to make sure that these children 1 through 18 can get decent meals during the summer. I mean, we know the situation that everybody isn't in a great situation where they can do that, and we're trying to help, but we need your input to say, hey, you know what, this is great for the community. Make sure you guys push go on this, or to say, hey, I think we're fine. Maybe we don't need to do this, you know, but we need your input. So please let us know, you know, like you let us know about these other topics, please.
The consent agenda. 3.1, Franklin High School and SP Morton Family Engagement Policy. It's both of them up there. Then it's the 3.2 VSBA Innovation Award Proposal. Dr. Tyndall.
Dr. Tyndall.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, board members, and Dr. Carter. This is an opportunity from the VSBA. It's called the Showcasing Innovation Award. It's an annual award for the Showcases for Success. They've been doing that for several years. They allow each school division to submit up to 3 programs or projects that they have been part of to be highlighted, and the winning school divisions are highlighted with the school boards, legislators, journalism, all of that kind of thing. Last year they started with a new award in addition, which is this Showcasing Innovation Award. We did apply for this award last year as well, unfortunately. We were not successful, but I have faith that this year we can be. In order to submit the application for this award, it does require a vote, majority vote by the school board during a meeting, and so you have the information in your board packet. The program that we are highlighting for this year is the J.P. King Jr. Beauty and Skills Salon, and the submissions are evaluated on innovation, impact, sustainability, collaboration,
and scalability. And so you will see in your packet how the program highlights all 5 of those pieces. I don't want to read all of that to you. I know you all can read that. But the basic idea in the presentation, or in the application, excuse me, is that we are explaining to them the addition of the CTE program and how we are collaborating with the community and providing an expanded experience for our students beyond just the classroom, and that simulated practice that they would get in the classroom by being able to open this community salon and have them really learning about more pieces of owning the business and being in the cosmetology or barbering field. And so along with the application, we can submit 2 documents or 2 sets of pictures. And so there will be pictures from the grand opening. They are on the website. It's actually a link to the photo album. And then there's an article that was written by Mr. Creekmer that describes the history of the salon, having been owned previously and passed down, of course, and then working with Miss Lawrence, the instructor, to open that with our students. Any questions?
Do we have a motion? You're asking for a motion, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I need a motion to submit this application with Madam Chairperson's signature and Dr. Carter's signature.
Madam Chair, I move that we submit to VSBA the Showcasing Innovation Award.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second it.
With the motion and a second, do we have a discussion? Mr. Alsbrook?
Yes.
Kent?
Aye.
Parker?
Aye.
Bailey?
Aye.
Boone? Aye. Holt?
Aye.
You have your approval.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I will make sure that I keep you informed when we win.
Thank you. Can we go back to 3.1? Okay. So we're going to table the 3.1 Franklin High School SP Morton Family Engagement Policy
Table it till when?
to our next board meeting. Is that enough time? And our next board meeting date is? I'll be here. 3.3 School Board Work Session Meeting Minutes for March 5th, second reading. Well, all of us,
And no one was here? On what?
were all of us in attendance for that meeting?
You don't.
So we need a motion for 3.3.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the meeting minutes for March 5th.
A second.
With the motion and a second, we are to vote. Alsbrook,
No.
Kent,
Abstain.
Parker,
Aye.
Ms. Bailey.
I
Just
was-
abstain.
I was not here, so I abstain.
Holt,
Aye.
Boone, aye.
How is it is it carried with only 3 votes?
It's only 3 votes.
I don't
3
think
votes
it
and
can
2
carry.
abstains. You can't
You
carry.
need at least 4, I thought. I could be wrong.
You can ask Micah.
I'll check it, but I don't think the,
She's checking Micah. Micah's here.
Yeah, I think it's the same as before. You need a majority to carry.
So with the majority, we do carry it because it is 3 and 2.
Abstentions don't count.
Okay.
I think we need to check that further. We're seeing a lot right now. You only have 3 votes and there's 6 of us sitting here. I wasn't here and you said I had to abstain. That's what she just said. I had to abstain.
Michael, can you elaborate, sir?
Yeah, well, I guess I need to clarification on the why the abstention was necessary.
He's asking why the abstention.
You have to ask your chair. I wasn't here. She said I had to abstain.
Michael, one of them was not here for the meeting, and the other board member just abstained.
It wasn't one of them. It was a board member
Ms.
and a
Bailey
board
wasn't
member.
here, and another board member abstained. So they both.
You mean the board member who wasn't there abstained?
I think we need to take the vote again because I was instructed to abstain because I was not here. So I think we just need to take the vote again since there's so much confusion.
Chances that might be a good idea.
Osbrook?
Can I clarify why I voted no?
Yes.
I'm voting no because a lot of the minutes that are generated are not as detailed as they could be, and I could not, in good faith, vote yes if the minutes are not detailed.
Fair enough.
No.
Kent?
I mean, I abstain because there's been so much confusion with these past few meetings that it starts to get a little blurred. So instead of me trying to sanction something, I abstain to basically say that, you know what, that's where I'm at with this, with these minutes for this, for March 5th.
Ms. Parker?
Aye.
Bailey?
No, because I was not here.
Boone? Aye.
Aye.
It's 3-2-1, sir.
Right. So 3. It sounded like it was 3 ayes, 2 abstentions, and 1 no. Right. 1 abstention, 2 no's, but 3 yes. Yes. That's. I mean, that sounds like a carrying majority to me.
So the majority. And then we have 3.4 school board meeting minutes for March 19th. That's just the first reading. We'll come back to that one. 3.5 school board work session meetings for April 2nd, the first reading. We'd have to bring that one back up. 3.6, 2026 to 2027 school board meeting calendar, first reading. That'll be brought back up for the next school board meeting. 4.1, entering closed session.
In accordance with 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia, excuse me, I move that the Franklin City School Board enter into a closed session to discuss and evaluate matters related to new hires, supplemental employment, promotion, resignation, termination pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711 Alpha 1.
Second.
With a motion and a discussion, Osbrook,
Abstain.
Kent,
Aye.
Parker,
Aye.
Bailey,
Aye.
Boone, aye. Holt,
Aye.
closed session.
you're gonna make the motions? Bob, you're gonna make the motions? Okay. Okay.
Then we have a motion for certification.
Okay.
And then we have motions out of closed session.
I will take your instruction. The closed session has been concluded. We're now returning to open session. I would like to entertain a motion to come out of closed session.
So move.
And I'll second.
Any discussion? Ms. Alsbrook? We'll have the vote now. Ms. Alsbrook?
Aye.
Ms. Grant?
Aye.
Ms. Parker?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Ms. Bailey? Aye. Out of closed session. I move that the school board, one moment. I can't see.
I got you.
Go ahead.
Whereas the Franklin City School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas Section 2.2-3712 Delta of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meetings was conducted in conformity with Virginia law, and now therefore be it resolved that the Franklin City School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Let us have the vote. Mr. Alsbrook?
Aye.
Mr. Grant?
Aye.
Ms. Parker?
Aye.
Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Bailey? Aye. Now we will have citizens' time.
Let's go to motions for closed session.
What'd you say, Bob? You want to do the motions first? Go ahead.
I move that we accept personnel agenda absent item 8, 9, and 10.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Let's have the vote. Mr. Alsbrook?
Abstain.
Mr. Grant?
Aye.
Ms. Parker?
Aye.
Mr. Halt?
Aye.
Ms. Bailey? Aye.
Also have another motion that we approve item number 8, 9, and 10 on the personnel agenda.
We have a motion. Do we have a second to approve items on the agenda 8, 9, and 10?
Apologies, I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Let's have the vote. Mr. Alsbrook?
Abstain.
Mr. Grant?
Aye.
Ms. Parker?
Aye.
Mr. Halt?
Aye.
Ms. Bailey? Aye. So moved. Now we will have citizens' time. I was left a list with 3 names on it. Give me 1 minute. But do you have the list, Ms. Wysick? Okay. It's 3 names on it, but as you know, a couple of months ago, this board unanimously voted to change citizen times, whereas you did not have to call in, and it would take place in the beginning. We voted on that, and it was never carried out. There is no excuse for that. So at this time, we're going to start out with the persons on the list. You do have 3 minutes. Ms. Wysick will let you know when your time is over. And if there's anyone else who would like to speak after that, we will call your name individually. Just stand up and let us know. Ms. Bethany Good.
I'm ready. Good evening. My name is Bethany Gold. I'm the mother of a first grader at SP Morton Elementary. I'm here because of serious and ongoing student safety issue at the school. This is not isolated, and it is a pattern. At the school event at the Spring Fling, music with explicit content about sex, drugs, and drinking was played at an elementary school function. This reflects poor judgment, and it is not appropriate for children. Under the Virginia Code 22.1-279.8, schools are required to maintain a safe environment for students. That standard is not being met. Since October, when I raised concerns about my child, I have also spoken with other parents who report similar experiences with their own children. There are reports of alleged physical abuse, racial bullying, and inappropriate sexual behavior between students. This includes first graders based on my child's experience and reports from other parents. These concerns are not coming from one source. They're being reported by multiple parents. So when the response is that the school is unaware of these issues, that does not align with the family's reporting. This is a serious concern. Why are these issues not being identified inside the school where staff are responsible for supervising children every day? And if they are being observed, why are they being ignored? Either way, this is a failure in oversight. Staff and administration have a responsibility to supervise students, maintain safety, and act when harm is occurring. This is not optional, this is their job. After I made reports concerning harmful behavior in my daughter's classroom, the long-term first grade substitute teacher was removed from her position. This indicates that there was a serious issue identified at that time. That points to a breakdown in accountability. If corrective action was taken, what follow-up measures were implemented, and how did more recent reports of staff physically abusing autistic students still occur under the same oversight? When I first raised concerns about my daughter, I was not met with urgency or concern. I was met with defensiveness and focus on protecting the institution rather than addressing the issue. That matters because the system exists to prevent harm before it escalates. Had these concerns been taken seriously earlier, it is possible that other children could have been protected. As parents, we are entrusting our children, their safety, their well-being, and their daily care to the staff of this school. These are not objects or statistics. They are children, and that responsibility carries serious weight. Because multiple parent reports were not acted on, basic responsibilities were not carried out, this has caused harm and trauma to children and families. How are parents supposed to send their children into an environment that is not being consistently kept safe and is not meeting the standards required under Virginia law? I only have 4 questions to read.
Continue.
So the questions. What is being done right now to address these issues? How are students being actively protected on a daily basis? How are staff being held accountable for supervision and safety failures? And how are ensuring that the adults placed in these classrooms are qualified and actually doing their jobs? Thank you.
Mr. Brandon Lilly? Mr. Brandon Lilly?
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Carter and Ms. B. The budget presented by FCPS appears to be limited in detail, consisting of broader, generalized categories that meet very minimal reporting requirements but don't provide evidence of a detailed plan. In contrast, many surrounding divisions present detailed itemized budgets as recommended by superintendents that are carefully reviewed and adjusted by the board. FCPS's budget is 5 pages. The second smallest budget in the region is 51. The largest is 258, and the average size is 133. Again, Franklin's budget is 5 pages. Tonight it was proposed adding an additional request of $110,000 from the city for an additional 1% raise for staff. FCPS just posted a job listing for the Director of Leadership Development and Enrichment Activities, another doctor to oversee leadership development for building level administrators, paid up to $120,000 a year, plus maybe 4%. First off, why did you hire an administrator that you feel needs to be developed into a school leader? Now, both principals have doctorates. Isn't it the principal's job to mentor their own admin team? This new director also provides oversight of physical education and fine arts. If you can't pay teachers, do you really need a director of physical education? Shouldn't they just fall under the oversight of the director of instruction to save money, since small divisions, everyone wears more hats? So there you go. I just found your $120K to give the staff raises, and it doesn't cost taxpayers any money. And this level of discourse and discussion is why itemized budgets and budgetary discourse are necessary prior to budget approvals. You had the money for a staff raise, you just wanted another doctor. Now, as Dr. Walters mentioned earlier tonight, they can spend up to their limit without ever consulting you. Budgets need guardrails in the form of detailed plans for how the money will be spent before you're surprised with how they did spend it in a voucher report. You shouldn't find out the plan in a board meeting with the public. According to the superintendent annual report on the VDO website, Franklin ranks as having the highest per pupil expenditure in our region. This indicates the financial well-being of a division and is not solely connected to population size, because 2 of our smallest divisions in the region are at the bottom of the per pupil expenditures. This says FCPS is funded. Now y'all need to talk about where the money's going. For this reason, I urge both the board and the council to not pass the current budget until a more detailed outline plan is developed and proper discussion is had by all parties. We need to demand fiscal transparency now and find out where the money is going so we can divert it back to where it should go. Thank you.
Ms. B, I'm gonna ask you if you would please not start my time till I finish the greetings, since I have requested from the chair to have more, at least 10 minutes to speak, like the Councilman Johnson was at a previous meeting. So if you would start my time once I finish my greetings. Thank you. First of all, I want to say my name is Audrey Lee, 507 Barnes Lane, Franklin, Virginia. And I'd like to say good evening to everyone, Ms. B, Dr. Carter. Dr. Carter, I want you to know we probably need to put the whistleblower policy into effect, because there are people who are out here who are telling things on you. You know, they're saying that you've been applying at other schools for jobs, and that, you know, there are things that's going on within your life. So we might want to put that into play. And that teachers have been told warned not to speak to the media at SB Morton. Mr. Holt, Ms. Chair, okay, Ms. Parker, Mr. Grant, and Mr. Alsbrook. Mr. Alsbrook, Mr. Grant, and Ms. Bailey, I just want to thank y'all for realizing your job as far as coming to these meetings and performing your duties. I was appalled at this last meeting that the majority of the board didn't even show up. And I don't know who was surprised and who wasn't surprised, but it was really appalling that people with such supposedly integrity, transparency, and accountability would not show up to a meeting that they are getting paid our tax dollars to come to. But I want to thank you guys. We really appreciate you. And also, it seems like we're having a problem with parliamentary procedure. So I have a laminated form to each of you, and the ones that are absent, I have a couple of more to hand out to them also. And we have had a few instances where we've been televised, and I see that Franklin is becoming an eyesore. I'm going to say an eyesore. You know, these people are not wanting to come into Franklin with children because they're not wanting to attend our schools. And I understand the young lady, and I think they're going to get up later, but they're going to talk about, want to share how their children were mistreated and abused. And apparently it was true because it was the police were involved and others were involved and they were arrested. But my question is, why is it that just those 3 people were arrested? Because those people are not over the school. They are not in charge of the schools. Now, if we hired them, then that means that they should have been trained to perform the positions that they were hired to do. And that is appalling. And I don't know if y'all know it or not, but I looked up this restraint stuff. And it said public elementary and secondary schools in Virginia public schools, the use of mechanical restraints is explicitly prohibited. Regulations signed into law in 2015 and finalized in 2020 restricted ban mechanical restraints, pharmacological restraints, and prone face-down restraints. Restraint or seclusion may only be used in emergency situations where a child's behavior presents a serious risk of physical harm to themselves or others, and they can never be used for punishment, discipline, or staff convenience. And I did hear on one of the videos that the child was pacing back and forth, and I don't think that, is a part of any of this reasoning for being able to be there. But anyway, I say to y'all need to get it together. I came before and told you that, we don't even need to be here. I don't know, we keep coming and coming, and we really don't need to be here because you're killing yourselves. You're destroying yourselves. And Mr. Johnson, Councilman Johnson got up the other day and did his long speech, and he posed a question to the audience. How many people want Dr. Carter to stay here? I posed that question to this audience here tonight. How many of y'all want him to leave? If you would stand, please. Thank you. And that ends my presentation.
We did get several reports that persons wanted to sign up, but for some reason the communication failed. At this time, is there anyone else who would like to speak for Citizens Time? Yes. Please come up and state your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Chelsea Tuning. I'm at 116 South High Street. Sorry, I'm not privy on all the infighting that's going on with this district. I'm not from here. And I prefer not to get dragged into the middle of it. My number one priority will and always has been my kids' safety. With that being said, I'm here today to place specific facts, experiences, and reported information on the public record. First, I have a child, Jaco, who was repeatedly threatened by another student February last year, including threats of a school shooting. Those threats were reported. Law enforcement was involved. And despite the severity and repetition, there was no meaningful accountability. We were granted a 3-month protective order, only because I caught the student lying during cross-examination. 3 months for repeated threats of a school shooting. Now, my second child, Leo, also in this district at the elementary school. He's in the special education classroom, serving non-speaking and minimally verbal preschool students. 3 of his teachers have been arrested. Sorry. And when a child can't explain what happens, the responsibility to investigate doesn't decrease, it increases. Video evidence has been reviewed by multiple parents. Reports have been filed with CPS, VDOE, and the Office of Civil Rights. And I want to be very clear about something. Children who are non-speaking today may develop speech later. They may communicate clearly, just like you and me. That does not mean they are no longer autistic. Communication ability and autism are not the same thing. These are children who may one day be able to tell exactly what happened to them. And the question is, what those stories will be. Because I have lived this. My son, Jaco, was minimally verbal. When he was younger, he could not clearly tell me what was happening to him. I raised concerns. Nothing happened. He stayed in that classroom. Years later, when he was finally able to communicate more clearly, he told me what happened to him and other special education students. That teacher was later arrested and served time. But by then, the harm was already done. So when I see similar concerns now involving children who cannot fully communicate, I am not willing to wait years for a confirmation again. Now I'm going to state, before laws like the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which is IDEA, can I finish? I only have a couple left. And the Americans with Disabilities Act, disabled children were excluded, ignored, and institutionalized, which they still are today. Places like Willowbrook show the country what happens when systems are not held accountable. Those laws were created to make sure that never happens again. Sorry. Not just in theory and practice. I am autistic. I hyper-focus obsessively over my special interests. I have spent over 6,000 hours, and that's a conservative estimate, by the way, learning about autism, special education, disability law, and advocacy. I'm connected to national organizations like COPA, which is the Council of Parent Attorneys and Advocates, and I'm telling you what I am seeing here in Franklin are not aligned with the intent or the requirements of those laws. Concerns are raised about disabled children. Situations escalate to law enforcement or CPS. Children and families experience the consequences, and parents attempting to speak publicly face barriers in doing so. Whether intentional or not, the consistency of these outcomes raises serious concerns about independence, transparency, and accountability. So I am asking this board on the record, what independent, not internal, oversight exists to ensure investigations involving disabled students are thorough, unbiased, and documented? What safeguards are in place to prevent the conflicts of interest when multiple systems are involved? And why are families repeatedly raising concerns without receiving clear, documented investigative outcomes? Because from a parent perspective, this does not look like isolated incidents. It looks like a system that reacts after harm instead of preventing it. And I will say this, if this district were functioning the way it should, I would not have had to spend thousands of hours teaching myself the law just to keep my children safe. But I did, because I had to. And when I bring that knowledge forward, when I explain what my children need, when I point to federal law and I am dismissed, this is not just a disagreement, This is epistemic injustice. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Yes, please just come up. Please give your name.
Hi, good evening. My name is Marlene Skinner, and I'm going to be reading for April Edwards. She resides at 117 Fairview Drive in Franklin, Virginia. This statement addresses systemic concerns involving Franklin City Public Schools, Franklin City Department of Social Services, and the local court system, including actions connected to S.P. Morton Elementary School. This is not an isolated issue involving a single teacher or incident. It reflects a broader pattern of conduct that impacts parents of special needs children who advocate for their child's educational rights. Parents who request services required under an IEP are met with resistance instead of support. These concerns are not addressed through proper educational procedures, but instead are escalated through punitive measures. One of the primary methods used is this misuse of truancy. Parents are labeled as non-compliant when requesting updated evaluations, proper IEP implementation, and appropriate services. Schools engage in delay tactics, including repeated enrollment requirements, delaying evaluations, and failing to implement services. These actions appear designed to avoid financial and staffing obligations. My case spans several years and includes denial of due process, disability discrimination, retaliation, failure to implement IEP services, and misuse of truancy laws. The most serious outcome is that my child was removed from my home, not due to abuse or neglect, but based on a truancy-related allegation that should not have existed. This reflects coordination between the school system, DSS, the courts, reinforcing a narrative that parents are non-compliant when ignoring underlying violations. My child was placed in a foster placement connected to a school board member and later moved into a residential facility after concerns were raised. My child is experiencing harm as a result of a systemic failure, not parental neglect. There is also a pattern of shifting attention to individual teacher misconduct while avoiding broader systemic accountability. This matter is part of an active federal civil rights investigation, and I am requesting immediate review, accountability, and protection for families advocating for special needs children. Parents advocating for their children should not face retaliation. They should be supported. And this is not part of April's statement, but as a family member, I'll say that part of the truancy was that April had not sent him to school, but part of Virginia Section Code says that in her defense, she did not have to send him until he was 6 years old if she felt that he was not mature enough to attend school. This is a child with cochlear implants. He is autistic. He is nonverbal. He has ADHD. He has a sensory disorder and high anxiety. And so she made the parental decision to delay his start after starting him.
After central office told me the code that she just said, I was unaware of that. Central office told me that at age 5, he's not subject to truancy, and I could keep him home to get his IEP implemented.
I'm so sorry. But they did that, and it's resulted in him being placed in an institution where he was in a loving home with 2 parents, a sister, grandparents, animals, a pool, everything in his room. This child is loved by a number of folks, and now he's in a cold institution.
But
thank you.
We also had
for retaliation
for Dr. Carter. I gave him the information, so I wanted to know why Dr. Carter and Dr. Ricks, they approved my homeschool, but they still let Amy Phillips, the truancy officer, go to say that it wasn't. So I need.
There's a breakdown. There's a serious breakdown here. Someone needs to address it because it starts within the school and now it flows over to the courts. Now we have a child that is not in a home. Not for abuse, not neglect,
And the longer delays.
for someone
he's
fighting
gone.
for him.
He's gone. The longer delays, I'm not. Yeah.
Thank you. Good night.
Everybody's not lying.
Good night.
Brooke.
I have a board comment, Madam Vice Chair. As a member of this board, one who believes deeply in the responsibility that we carry for every student, school worker, and educator in this community, there is a powerful idea many have carried for a long time. When does something truly fade away? Is it when it faces hardship, when it's challenged, when it struggles? No, it's when it's forgotten. In education, that idea should guide everything that we do. If we forget the student who feels unseen, the educator who gives everything they have day after day, the voices in this community who have been advocating, sometimes against long odds, sometimes standing alone, but always with conviction for what they believe is right for the children, then we have lost something far more than any important policy or program. We have fundamentally lost our purpose. This role is not about titles or procedures. It's about people. This is a people business. And recognizing that every student in our care is carrying potential that deserves to be developed, protected, and taken seriously. It is about ensuring that our schools do more than function, that they inspire, that they equip, and they prepare young people for a future that is brighter because of the education they receive here. Clearly, advocacy is not opposition. Once again, advocacy for what we believe is right is not opposition. When individuals step forward to speak for children, for schools, for teachers, that is not something to be discouraged. That is something to be respected. A strong community doesn't avoid difficult conversations. It leans into them with honesty and with a shared goal of doing better. Advocacy is our responsibility to weigh every voice carefully, to be fair, and within the obligations we have been entrusted with, to listen with intention, to act with integrity, and to ensure that every decision reflects both the needs of today and the future we are shaping. All those who have been showing up, speaking out, and pushing for what is right, please do not stop. Progress can be slow, it can be frustrating. Sometimes it feels like your voice is getting lost in the noise. The moment we allow those voices to fade, the moment we decide it's easier to disengage than to continue to work, that's when we risk losing the very things we are trying to protect. Stay engaged, stay vocal, stay relentless for students. The future of our students depends not just on the decisions made on this panel, but on the strength of a community that refuses to forget what truly matters. As a board member, I'm committed to doing what is right, not what is easy. Supporting educators and ensuring that every decision we make is moving our students closer to the successful future they deserve. Let's not forget why we are here and whom we serve. We must remain focused, engaged, and unwilling to let what matters fade. The impact of this community will not be something that disappears over time. It will be something that lasts. long when we are gone. Thank you.
Mr. Grant? Ms. Parker?
Yeah, I do. I agree with what it is that you said, especially regarding the children, Mr. Alsbrook. I have a kid in the school system too, and not once would I ever be comfortable with feeling that I couldn't send her to school because she's going to be mistreated or she's going to be abused or have anything that happens to her. Like that's not a pleasant thought or a pleasant feeling whatsoever. There's things that I cannot speak about, but I will say that for parents who have had those things that have happened to their kids in the school system, I apologize for your children being hurt. That I do, because I would not want anyone to call me about Tyson and something happening to her. So thank you for bringing it to the attention here. But also understand, I believe that there are plenty of teachers and people who have the best interest of students at heart as well. And I don't mean to say anything that would diminish anything that anyone has said or that you have experienced, because that would just be insensitive and cruel, and I'm not going to do that. No child is more important than the next. All of these kids deserve the same love and attention and care that the next one does. No one is there. It doesn't matter that this person belongs here or that person belongs there. That's not what that is. It bothers me. It bothers me a lot. Some people, they may have a situation that's going on, and maybe what they're saying it is, it may not be what they say that it is. But you know that when your child comes home and your child says, well, this happened to me, you're going to go with what your child is saying. Yeah. These kids are precious. Somebody has to speak up for them. And that's staff, that's community, that's parents. It is not, it doesn't just fall on one particular person or one group. Everybody has to come through, because you may see it, you may hear it. That's just the reality of what it is. But even with that, not just with children, I'm advocating for all kids, because what you all have to understand, and I say you all, I'm talking about all of us, these kids aren't just your elementary school kids. They're not just your high school kids, right? These kids are going to be the people that are going to lead this community when, I can't say that because I'll get in trouble, right? But once we're, like you said, when we're gone, this is our future. This is our legacy. So what are we doing with our future and with our legacy? That's the way that I'm looking at it, all the way around. When we're too old to be on the road driving, or we're in a facility and these kids have to take care of us, what have we done to help them? What have we done to prepare? You understand what I mean? It's a community effort at this point. So again, to not just the people that are here who have spoken, but if you're listening or if you're watching and you have had an encounter at the schools, one thing that I would say is, if you said something one time, go ahead and do me a favor, say it again. Go and say something else. Say something else. Say something else again. We can't. Somebody talking to me? She asked me. I'm sorry. I don't want to be rude. Like I really can't respond. I'm sorry, but shaking. That is, y'all, it's going to take all of us. But I want to bring attention to something else as well. But I did want to address those people who are listening and who are here, who have had an experience or whatnot. Don't think that the people up here don't care about your children, and the people in the school do not care about your children. Have to be known about what it is in order for a conversation or anything to even happen. It. I can't respond. Can you tell me? I really can't respond to that.
Ms. Parker can't respond. No, I'm just being honest. We are not allowed to respond during your citizen time. Yeah, we can speak during our citizen time, but we can't respond when you're speaking, and that's just the rules.
It's not. Mm-hmm. It's not. Oh my goodness.
I don't want to omit Bob for comments, for board comments. No, I don't want to cut you off either.
I just got one more.
Yes.
Two more things. So y'all, I don't know if you all got to see it on Parent Square. Well, three things. I sent you all an email about all of the events that's going on for GSA. I sent that like a week ago. I'm not sure if y'all got it. I sent it, maybe a week or two ago. That's that. Then our students at SP Morton, I think it's the 5th and 6th graders on Wednesday at 10th grade, at 10:30, are performing with Virginia's Symphony Orchestra at SP Morton. They put it out on Parent Square. And they have their, I'll send it to you. And then they have their spring concert that next night, next Thursday. So if y'all can come out for that to support them on that, please do. And then, of course, I also posted about the salon and the barbering thing. So go out and show them some support, too. They are there on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I think 11:30 to 2:30.
Bob, not to cut you off.
I have nothing further.
Okay. For myself, there was nothing that John and LaShonda didn't cover, to be honest. It was nothing that you did not cover. So to add to that would be injustice of everything you said. At this time, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Mr. Alsbrook?
Aye.
Mr. Grant?
Aye.
Ms. Parker?
Aye.
Mr. Hart?
Aye.
Ms. Bailey? Aye. Meeting adjourned.